on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ola Sabo who accelerates out for the front end. Broken Hearted far outside. Sutton Breeze, White Blinkers third. Then in fourth, that's Nutsy. Half length back to Emerald Forest at the fence in fifth. 3 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. Sixth place Looking Super in a break of 6 lengths to Fighter Kite, who trails the field. Ola Sabo's on the engine, has a lead by just about a length. Sutton Breeze in second. Emerald Forest able to advance up the inside into third. And then it's Broken Hearted outside in fourth. Then a length and a half back to Nutsy's, a length and a half in front of Lookin' Super, and a space of 3 lengths to Fighter Kite, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go in the opener. It's Ola Sabo on top by 3 parts of a length over Sutton Breeze in second. Emerald Forest has drifted out a little bit in third, now angles back towards the inside. And then in fourth, that is Broken Hearted as they got 3/16 to go, and it's Ola Sabo who's homeward bound. Has a lead by 2.5 lengths. Emerald Forest in the blue blinkers will try and run down Ola Sabo. The favorites are first and second. They go to the 16th pole. Ola Sabo has a length and a half head start on Emerald Forest. Ola Sabo, Emerald Forest. It's Ola Sabo, winner of 5 of his last 6. Emerald Forest a game second. Many lengths back to Sutton. 30 p.m. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Bad hop at the start. Fidalia, who's last. It's Sweet Tooth Sue, Flattery's Music, Coffee Futures all sending out for the lead. Let's Magus towards the inside in fourth and about a length off the lead. 2 lengths back, Super Slide in fifth, who's 2 lengths in front of Wine Trail, and a gap of about 6 lengths to the slow starting Fidalia, who's at the back of the pack. It's Coffee Futures who has the lead as they make the entry into the turn. Flattery's Music in pursuit in second. Sweet Tooth Sue races third. Let's Maga towards the inside, of ground saving fourth. Super Slide advances on the outside, 3 wide in fifth. 3 lengths to Wine Trail is about 2.5 in front of Fidalia, who's at the back of the pack. Flattery's Music takes over from Coffee Futures. Let's Maga now bearing down has shifted to the outside up into third. And then it's Sweet Tooth Sue, Super Slide, fourth and fifth. They are in upper stretch. It's Flattery's Music trying to change leads, has a lead by a length and a half. Let's Maga on the outside, challenging second. Coffee Futures races third, running down to the 16th pole. It's Flattery's Music and Let's Maga lunging at Flattery's Music, and Let's Maga gets up, defeating Flattery's Music. Coffee Futures third, Sweet Tooth Sue fourth. They're all on the gates. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Coin Jar from an outside post. Courageous Ola, Swift Bank towards the inside. And Apollo Code joins the party and had the check in fourth. A length and a half to Can't Beat Me is a length and a half in front of Monomoy Beach, who's at the back of the pack. Coin Jar has the lead, but pressure from Courageous Ola at the fence in second. Swift Bank tracks in third. Apollo Code re-rallies on the outside up into third, 2 lengths off the lead. Can't Beat Me is about 6.5 off the lead, and 3 lengths to Monomoy Beach, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, Coin Jar gets a challenge from Apollo Code, who ranges up to the outside. Courageous Ola's at the fence in third. Then it's Swift Bank as it's Can't Beat Me is swung wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. It's Coin Jar who clings to that lead. Apollo Code attempts to pass on the outside in second. Courageous Ola drops back in third, as well as Swift Bank in fourth. 16th to go. Coin Jar is determined on the front end. Has the lead by 2 lengths over Apollo Code, and it's Coin Jar victorious over Apollo Code. Swift Bank third, fourth maybe Monomoy Beach. $35.05. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Diva Banker. Exacta. They're all on the gate. And they're off and tight at the start. Jolly Miss Jill in Laughter. It's Bad Connection who's drifting off the inside and gets that lead by just about a length over Tasty Wave in chase mode second. Third place Confirmed Genius. Now Laughter grabs third. Jackson Avenue towards the inside fifth, 6 lengths off the lead and a length and a half back to Jolly Miss Jill, who's at the tail of the field, half mile to go. Bad Connections on top. Tasty Wave applying the pressure on the outside, and Tasty Wave now on even terms with Bad Connection. They're clear by 3. Laughter is a clear-cut third. Jackson Avenue picks up a spot in 4th. Confirmed Genius shuffle back in 5th, and 3 lengths to Jolly Miss Jill, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's Tasty Wave who will have the lead as they turn into the stretch. Laughter's to the outside. Bad Connection tries to stay at the fence and keep position as they got 3/16 to go. It's Tasty Wave on top by about 2. Over Laughter second. Jackson Avenue will try and get into the race late on the far outside in 3rd. 16th to go. It's Tasty Wave by 3. Jackson Avenue is on the outside up in the second. Jolly Miss Jill at the fence, and it's Tasty Wave. Tasty Wave did enough to win. Jolly Miss Jill, the back half of the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. 5th race, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, late pick for wagering. Post time, they're all in the gate. And they're off. A little tight at the start, burn notice. 2:30 a.m. edging out for the lead. Jake's Orchard up the inside in 2nd. And then it's Skippy Town, who's in 3rd. Ray Sully is 3 wide as it's smoking it up. It's on the far outside, trying to get closer to the front end, now in 4th. 3-point stretch towards the inside. 5th, Rasuli settles in 6th, and 4 lengths back to Burn Notice, who's a length in front of New Matthews at the back of the pack. As they angle on to the backstretch, less than 6 furlongs to go. 2:30 a.m. has a challenger in Jake's Orchard on the outside 2nd. Smoking it up races in 3rd. Skippy Town, Green Blinkers in 4th. 3 lengths to 3-point Strut, who's a clear-cut 5th, a space of 5. Rasuli's dropped back to 6th. 7th place is Burn Notice, who's about 7 lengths in front of New Matthew, who's at the tail of the field. Less than a half mile to go. 2:30 a.m. on top. Smoking it up's on the outside 2nd. Jake's Orchard trying to keep position. Skippy Town will try and scoot on through towards the inside in 4th. 2 lengths off the lead is Skippy Town. 3-point Strut will have a decision to make to go inside or outside. Ray Sully attempts to re-rally, 7 off the lead. Then it's Burn Notice, and 2 lengths. A New Matthews much closer at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m., but Skippy Town got through. Skippy Town now has clear running lane if good enough, and Skippy Town is a top contender on the outside, and Skippy Town takes over the lead from 2:30 a.m. It's 3-point Strut who's shaking up on the outside. New Matthews in 4th and 5.5 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. It's Skippy Town who draws clear. Skippy Town now has a 3-race win streak. 3-point Strut 2nd. Burn Notice rallied for 3rd. New Matthew 4th. At Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's the Mighty Don who streaks out for the lead. Makar is at the fence. Davis Tuition now forwardly placed on the outside. Saratoga Weekend will be stuck out 3 wide around that turn. In the 4th spot, that it's Bon Chance. Global Giants in between horses as Saratoga Weekend spun out wide. Ranger Blues outside of him, and One With Everything saving all the ground at the back of the pack and about 10 lengths off the lead. It's the Mighty Don who's on the point, has a lead by a length and a half. Makar and David's Tuition are 2nd and 3rd, then a gap of about 5 lengths. Ranger Blue advancing in 4th. Global Giant loses a spot in 5th. One With Everything out of last up into 6th, and about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. And then it's Bon Chance in 2nd last, and Saratoga Weekend has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Half mile to go in this race, and it's the Mighty Don who's shadowed by David's Tuition. Makar's in 3rd and 7 lengths off the lead. Then about 4 lengths to Ranger Blue. Bon Chance trying to thread his way through traffic, going with One With Everything. Saratoga Weekend's out of last, and Global Giants at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. The Mighty Don has a lead by about 2.5 lengths. Davis Tuition shaking up in 2nd. One With Everything and Bon Chance are 3rd and 4th. Makar's outside in 5th as they turn into the stretch. The Mighty Don cuts the corner. Homeward Bound has lead by 6. One With Everything improving now up into 2nd. Davis Tuition is 1 pace, and then it's Bon Chance. They run to the 16th pole. The Mighty Don still has a substantial lead. One With Everything's a clear-cut 2nd, and it's the Mighty Don. The Mighty Don, a front-running victory. One With Everything 2nd. Close for 3rd between Bon Chance. 7th race at Finger Lakes, no changes. exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Post time race 7, 21 minutes away at 4. And they're off, both hopping at the start. Coach Bahi and Honorable Avenue, they're last and second last. Utamaro and Dynamite Karma, these two blitz out for the lead. 30 Oysters is on the outside in third. Then it's Beta able to get over from an outside post in fourth. Coach Bahi's in fifth. Then a length to Fort Charles, who's about 3 parts of a length in front of Honorable Avenue, who's at the back of the pack. About 8 lengths from top to bottom as they circle around the first turn. It's Utamaro's on the front end, has a lead by a half length over Dynamite Karma, who shadows that one in second. 30 Oysters outside of Dynamite Karma in third, as it's Beta's tugging at the jockey to go on in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Coach Bahi, who's 2 lengths in front of Honorable Avenue, and a half length to Fort Charles as at the back of the pack, and about 9 lengths off the lead. Dynamite Karma takes over from Utamaro as they will pass the half-mile pole. 30 Oysters is in third. Beta will try and thread his way through traffic in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Fort Charles, who's to the inside of Coach Bahi, and 5 to Honorable Avenue, who trails the field. Dynamite Karma's on top. Beta was able to get through in between horses up into second. 30 Oysters nudged to punt in third. Fort Charles circles up on the outside. Now up into third is Fort Charles. And Utamaro drops back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Dynamite Karma's the first to face us. Beta and Fort Charles, the dangers on the outside, second and third. They run down to the final furlong. Dynamite Karma on top by 2. Fort Charles on the outside of Beta for second, but with a 16th to go, it's Dynamite Karma who will extend the winning streak to 4. Dynamite Karma, the 3-4 favorite, prevails. Fort Charles gets second over Beta. Then it was Utamaro fourth. $3.50 the winning mutual, double $19.80, exacta $9.30, 50-cent try, $3.80, dime super, $8.12. And they're off. It's Fast Fran who blitzes out for the front end. Sweet Invasion displaying speed, tumbles at the fence up into second. And then it's Kaz's Roses in between runners up into third. Fifth place is Devilly Ramones in sixth. And then in seventh, True Destiny, who scrapes the paint and about 7 lengths off the lead. And a length and a half to Make a Joyful Noise, who's at the tail of the field. Fast Fran leads this group into the turn. Tumbles, Green Blinkers up the inside second. Sweet Invasion to the outside of Kaz's Rose, third and fourth. Ramones up the inside fifth, 6.5 off the lead. Devilly is next. Make a Joyful Noise is out of last and neck in front of True Destiny, who's at the back of the pack. Fast Fran leaves the quarter bowl behind, has the lead by 4 open lengths. Tumbles outside second. Sweet Invasion drifts out the outside in third, and they're in upper stretch. It's Fast Fran who's homeward bound, has a lead by 3.5 lengths. Tumbles still a clear-cut second. Lots of horses going for minor awards. True Destiny's up the inside. Sweet Invasion, but as they pass the 16th hole, Fast Fran tumbles a final try on the outside, and Tumbles has got her. Tumbles able to pass Fast Fran in the shadow of the wire. Then it was Sweet 20. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled here at Finger Lakes, 61 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's 9-race card. In the opener, we do have a scratch of one part of an entry, the 2B Disco Dino. The 2B Disco Dino is scratching the first. Second race, there are no changes. No changes in races 2. No changes in race 3. No changes in race number 4. Race number 5. Scratch number 2, Go Get the Bag. Number 2, Go Get the Bag, a scratch from the 5th. Late work for number 9, Sharpoon. Workout took place at Finger Lakes August 2nd, 3 furlongs, 38.40 breezing. Number 10, Deputy Tremont, is 1 pound over. Race number 6. No changes. Race number 7 got a scratch in number 1, Rise Advantage. Rise Advantage, the 1, scratch from the 7th. 8th race. Scratch number 1, Ladies Golden Guy. Number 1, Ladies Golden Guy, a scratch from the 8th. 9th and final. There are no changes. Don't forget, we got a free handicapping contest here at Finger Lakes on Monday, August 18th, if you're in the area. $2,500 in prize money. It's free to enter if you're a Lucky North Rewards member. $1,000 for first. It'll be on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got about 59 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Got another card day. We actually got 9 races on this Tuesday card, so adjust accordingly as far as playing the pick 4 and pick 5s. Obviously, they change a little bit from the normal 8 race cards we have. The late pick 5, that's going to be races 5 through 9. The early one starts in the first, plus we have those 2 pick 4s. First one starts a little later than it used to. It starts in the 3rd race. Handicap accordingly and make your plays accordingly and make some money. Yesterday, Olafable joined Banker Blaney as 5-time winners. They lead the pack here at Finger Lakes. Both of them having superior seasons. I think one of them could be a claimer of the year, the other, starter allowance of the year, if they keep going the way they are. I mean, you look at the time Olafable seems to be getting better with every race. The track's been a little slower, did a pretty decent time yesterday. Now we'll see if Banker Blaney comes back and answers. Not sure if that one's been through conditions yet. Well, we got 9 of them today. We have a scratch in the first of Disco Dino. It is a optional tag allowance race. 10,000 is the tag. It is the 2 state bred condition. You know, here at Finger Lakes we have the state bred conditions. Normally, if you are a New York bred, you go through the lifetimes and then you enter. You're still eligible for the 1 state bred, 2 state bred, 3 state breds. So this will be the 2 state breds. I know our friends in New York and Saratoga sometimes put their horses off the maiden in the 1 state bred because their conditions are a little bit different. Actually, the horse that they did that with yesterday ran pretty good. I think ran 2nd or 3rd. Okay, looking at the first, it does turn out to be a good race. Disco Dino's out, of course, former stakes winner. He's not quite the horse he was. Anyway, but you do have the remaining part of the entry, Saratoga Banker. You also have an entry for Barrow, and then Hey Hey Harry, who came close to be the giant killer, almost beat Banker Blaney. Now, he ran against Saratoga Banker, ran behind that rival when Bustin' Away was in the race. Bustin' Away, I think, ran at Saratoga recently. Not sure if we'll see that one back here. But Saratoga Banker, still eligible for this condition, was narrowly beaten by Bustin' Away in that 5.5 furlong race back in June. It's had a race since and was the same race as Hey Hey Harry, but this one had the unfortunate task of trying to stay with Banker Blaney early. And I think that's why you see this one fade, and Hey Hey Harry had the better positioning of sitting back and making a run. So now Banker Blaney's not in this race. Bustin' Away is not in this race. So Saratoga Banker could stay close with Father Walsh and Sharpaz. It might be more of a tactics situation here. You do have Sharpaz breaking inside him and Father Walsh breaking outside him. So not the best situation in that sense for Saratoga Banker, but at least it's not Banker Blaney or Bustin' Away. So I give this one the advantage. He is at 5-2. He's a little better priced than Hey Hey Harry. And Hey Hey Harry is going to be able to do the same thing. Now, Hey Hey Harry can sit back, stalk the pace, and try to make a run like he did against Banker Blaney. Made it interesting. I'll say that. It was interesting. It was a little further, though, 6 furlongs. That might have been the difference because Hey Hey Harry has not won going 5.5. I think 3/4 might be a better distance for Hey Hey Harry to accept that horse as the favorite. Still very playable off the last effort. That was a big effort. Then you got Doc Advantage. Doc Advantage, keep in mind, is making his second start off a long layoff. He had been off since October, so had a belated start to the 2025 season and ran just off the board to these horses. Now, of the 3 horses, the one that's got the best chance to improve would be Doc Advantage. Logically speaking, Hey Hey Harry and Saratoga Banker have had a bunch of races this year. Doc Advantage may have needed the race, and maybe he gains a little bit on the other 2. Maybe gains enough to win if he did need the race. So, plus he might get helped a little bit by his stablemate Sharpaz, who could press the pace. So you got to think Doc Advantage could improve his position and be a win threat in here as well. So I'm going to go with the 2, 5, and 1A for my picks in the first. Could come down to tactics and how the race flow actually goes. Obviously, it changes a little bit with the defection of Disco Dino. Okay, second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going a mile 70, and this one's a real tricky read. And it's going to take some money, and deservedly so on the drop in class. But it's a scary drop, and I can't blame anybody for taking a shot against this horse, considering the form that Opportunity Woo comes in with. I mean, he hasn't shown anything. He's had 2 starts. I don't believe he's beaten a horse. He's finished last in both career starts. So here we are with a horse, and is lost by 24 lengths and by 22 lengths. That's an average of obviously 23 lengths that he's lost races to. He's beaten 0 horses, and I got him on top. What does that say about the rest of them in here? Well, that means it's a big drop in class more than anything, and he's better bred. And that's big. He just hasn't had this kind of competition. Or this distance either. I mean, he should like the route out of the Dam by Bellamy Road. Now, the Dam's a half to a multiple stakes winner that was more of a sprinter, but the Bellamy Road should still come through. They only cost $16,000 a year. I think the drop to 5 isn't out of the question that this horse can win, or it's just one of those things where I wouldn't take too short of a price on the horse. But who else are you going to like? I think that's kind of the question mark. It's one of those races where if you're playing pick four, well, it's pick fives because pick four starts in the third. But if you're playing pick fives or pick threes, you either single opportunity woo or you go all. I think that's kind of how you got to look at the race. I'm going to go with Mano a Mano second just because he's got the best form of the rest of them. Ran third last time. I can't find an excuse for last vintage, who had everything his own way. Mano a Mano finished behind that rival as the favorite. No real huge excuse either. I mean, he sat right off of last vintage. But, you know, the winner, that horse turned out to be the best horse in the race anyway, the winner. So the two of them meet up again, talking about Mano a Mano and last vintage. And it might be, if Opportunity Woo doesn't fire, those horses that were second and third might be battling it out for the win without Unity Dreams in the race. And that's kind of how you look at it. El Bombi, the horse is stretching out, but hasn't shown anything in sprints. Tip of the boot has shown nothing. Last finish, of course, I just mentioned it. And Giant Impact hasn't really been. He showed a little bit when he was running against special weights as a 2-year-old, but kind of keeping his numbers lately, and they're not quite good enough either. So I went with a 5-1-4 in this 5,000 maiden claiming race. Again, it's one of those things where the drop in class is huge, but the horse hasn't beaten a horse. So it's one of like if you took any horse in this race and put him in those races at Belmont or Laurel that Opportunity Woo was in, they'd finish last too. So that's where it's really tough to gauge how good this horse actually is. He's better bred, and maybe that's what you got to go by. It's a big drop. I went 5-1-4. Again, I wouldn't take too short a price till if he was a little more competitive, I would. If he would have finished third or fourth in one of those races. All right, non-winners of a state bred allowance is the third. It goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, this one, I'm going to take a minor upset in the sense that I'm looking at the trips. Dreamery doesn't really belong. I mean, she's probably can't get in a 4 lifetime, so she's moving up. Shelly I always liked, but she just hasn't been showing me enough in the sprints. But I like her stretching out. I like that. I mean, I just like the looks of that horse. I've always liked that one. Love My Candy. Remember that horse stretched out last year and won, but she was also lone speed. Sweet DeSantis is another one that could sit back and make a run, but I thought Lose Redemption might have an opportunity to get the best trip in here, where she could sit just off of the speed and make a run. Love My Candy is going to show speed in here, and so is Chasing Daylight. Now, if Chasing Daylight gets loose in here, it's all over. Good night. But I thought that Love My Candy would flash some speed from the inside and at least keep that horse honest from clearing, which could put Lose Redemption in a perfect position to sit and make a run. Her last race wasn't good, kind of like Shelly. Shelly's last race wasn't good, but it was also against Unicorn Cake, who we saw the real Unicorn Cake, where that one just exploded down the lane. When Unicorn Cake runs her race, she's a stakes caliber horse, but she seems to run to her competition a little bit. And Mama Gigi came out of that race, rebounded with a win too. A little bit of a head start, but she did come back with a win. Now, Lose Redemption beat Stunning Sugar, who was the next out winner in the race before, in the 2 lifetime condition. Now, this is the state bred, and both of these Buckley horses are eligible for the 3 lifetime. So it's hard to really like horses that are technically out of condition, but I've seen it before where it just comes down to the trip and the numbers are there. So it's a little bit of an upset. She shouldn't be the favorite because she is out of condition, but I'm not in love with Chasing Daylight unless she could clear for the lead. I think she needs the lead, and she has a good chance to get the lead depending on what Love My Candy does, stretching out of the sprint. So Love My Candy has shown speed in the routes, and when that one gets alone, she's tough. Well, she's not going to be alone today because Chasing Daylight's in the race. She's a 5-time winner. That gives her a big advantage here. She's got the most wins in the field. I mean, I'm taking Lose Redemption. She's a 5-time winner versus a 2-time winner. got to be a big advantage for Chasing Daylight. But she comes out of those one other than allowance races, which can be tough, and moving to this spot, she definitely plays. She's a heavy favorite. It's hard because how many times have we seen this story before? We've seen these connections send a horse like this here to Finger Lakes, and they all look good. They hit the board. Rudy Rodriguez, who's a very good trainer, sends him here for a reason. He's 5 for 6 in the top 3. The problem is horses like this with the same profile, 1 for 6 overall. So they're the type of favorites you try to take a shot against, but you're not going to be surprised if she wins by multiple lengths. That's the chance you take. Yes, Shelley is the other stablemate for John Buckley, and this is the Windy Lee Farm horse that comes out of a good race. I mean, that was a real quick race when you got Mamba Gigi, who's a multiple winner, Z-End, who's a multiple winner. Both of them are going good. Again, Mamba Gigi, a little bit of a head start. Z-End came back to win out of that race. And the race before, she finished third. And it wasn't a good race. I mean, to be honest, she's just not firing the way that you'd expect her to. Like I said, I like this horse. I'm not knocking her. I like this horse. But she just hasn't fired the way you expect Shelley to fire. I mean, yes, it was a better race last time, but she didn't really show anything either where she finished last. She draws the rail. Maybe the stretch out could help her at this point in her career, as she's certainly bred to go long, and she looks like a router, even though most of the time in the past she's run better in sprints. I don't know, she's kind of the wild card in here. And again, like her stablemate, she's only a 2-time winner in the state bred condition. Always a tough move, especially when we got Chasing Daylight, who's a 5-time winner and the most logical horse. And it'll probably be a 2 to 5 shot in there. Tough one to go against, but then again, we've seen the story before. 4th race is an allowance race, going 5.5. It starts the pick 3. Yeah, really tough to go against Admiral Mo here. You know, one of the things, you got an Uncle Mo horse that just dominated a maiden race at Tampa. Granted, it's a maiden 3-year-old claimer, and there's been a little time between races here. So I say just, but yeah, it was some time ago. Now moves here. I think the positive is it's coming to Finger Lakes in an allowance race. It's not like the horse is coming here for sale. And that's important. Towers over these. If this horse runs the race that you'd expect this horse to run, towers over these. So that's kind of how I look at it. He's got some tactical speed too. At least he showed in the debut. So Kentucky bred against these horses, supposed to win. Not even the favorite in here. I don't know. Rocked Out I got for second. Rocked Out broke his maiden against restricted 3-year-olds. Last time finished off the board. You know, maybe didn't run his race. I don't think it was that good of a race in a sense that I don't think Gold Templar would be favored against these horses. Maybe 4 or 5 to 1 against these horses. So I look at it that way. That's why I didn't put him on top. But he did show some signs of life during his maiden claiming campaign in New York before arriving here. And I like the fact that he won first race over the track. That race was a little better, that maiden special weight race that he won. I mean, Ragtime Prankster, who's in this race, finished behind him in that spot. And it wasn't like he was that badly beaten. I just don't consider that a strong 2-lifetime race that he comes out of. I mean, the time was decent. But I could forgive that effort. Second time against winners today. I could see this horse bouncing back with a better effort than last time and be a threat in here. That is if Admiral Mo doesn't run his race. Painting Stones looked good winning. And it was one of those things where it was the first start off the layoff, so that's a big positive. I liked him. He was like 1 to 4, so he's supposed to win. And he did win like a 1 to 4 shot. Admiral Mo wasn't in that race. That's kind of how I look at it. It is the second start off the layoff, so he actually does have some room to improve off of the race, and wouldn't be a surprise in here. if he did step up against winners and win again. Again, other than Admiral Mo, it's not the strongest of fields that Painting Stones is up against. If he can make the lead and get a clear lead over Admiral Mo and others, he could be awfully tough in here. Admiral Mo's having to pass him off of a little bit of a layoff. That could be the reason for victory for Painting Stones. But as the favorite over Admiral Mo, with that kind of breeding that Admiral Mo has, I got to go the other way with the one horse. And I'm not so sure if the pace takes its toll on Painting Stones, if he has to be first or second, so I use him third. But you got to play him. I would play all three, because the horse that could sit the trip more than any of them could be Rocked Out, and Rocked Out could sit and split the other two favorites. I'm using the one on top. Hard to ignore that breeding too. I mean, what has that horse done wrong? Fifth race, scratch the 2, go get the bag. So we still got 11. This condition seems to always get a big field. We probably could run this condition more often, get some more races. But, we still got an 11-horse field for this never won two $5,000 condition going 5.5 furlongs. The interesting thing about this particular race, there doesn't seem to be a ton of speed considering how many lower claimers you got in here. Usually you see a couple that have some speed, at least stop and quit. That's why they're still bottom claimers. You don't see that. And you really don't have much for drop downs. You do have 7th race Shake dropping in out of allowance races. And, First Sun's on the outside. Looks like that one is going to benefit from the drop. And then you got Just a Guy, who I use in my top 4, also dropping to 5,000. There's a couple of them in my top 4. But the horse I got on top, Frankie R, looked really good when he broke his maiden. Again, he didn't beat anything in that field. I mean, won with everything, kind of run second and third a lot, but came back to win. And so did Mischief Expose, shot out of the starting gate and won his next start. So the race he won as a maiden, they did come back to win. Granted, I think one of them was, I think One with Everything might have stepped up, but Mischief Expose, I don't know, I don't remember if that was the same level or not, but won easy. Now, last race, got beat by the pace, flow, and the track more than anything. Don Antonio kind of just lasted. Frankie R tried to chase that one home and just missed. It was close. I'm looking at it more, man, with the scratch of go get the bag, there really isn't much speed. I would expect this horse to be somewhat aggressive, at least to be up close to that front line, be in the race early. And if they do 23 for the first quarter and Frankie R's in the race, it's really going to be tough to out-sprint him, and it's going to be tough to pass him. And that's how I look at it. He's in good form at this level. It's either him or the drop-downs. I got him on top. 7th race Shake back down to 5. That was the level he was claimed. It was a good move. They stepped him up, and he ran solid against the 11 and 9s. Overmatched against allowance horses, but instead of going back down to the 11 and 9, all the way down to the bottom for Lugu. Well, he ran second for the bottom last time against Four Eyes. Four Eyes was actually a drop in class that day. So it was a good effort for 7th race Shake. He's back in at 5. I guess the big question is, does this horse want to win, or is he going to be more of a check getter? He's got 5 seconds and 1 win. He's 0 for 3 the distance with the 2 seconds. Well, you really can't classify that early in his career just yet, because he's only still in the two lifetime. He's only had 12 starts. So, but at 5,000, you got to think that this horse is going to be awfully tough to be in the top 3. A real interesting one, and he does drop, is the 10 Deputy Tremont. I think might be a little overlooked in here, considering the breeding on this horse, the class of this horse, dropping down to 5,000. You have to forgive the last effort, and it was a tougher field, and he didn't get a great trip in that race. But you look at the race before, he did get first run on a track that was favoring forwardly placed horses. So he was kind of with the track, but he kind of won easily against the 11 to 9 maiden claimers. I liked him that day. A lot of people liked him that day. He ended up going off the favorite. And again, he didn't get a great trip last time. He drops to 5,000 today. That's got to put him around. I mean, if he could get a good start, get into the race a little bit, this horse has got to be one of the top contenders. And he's 6-1 morning line. You got to like the price with the drop. Plus Perez stays here. Another drop down is the 3. Just a guy who didn't show anything last time and was a little slow. I mean, the comment's right. This horse was a little slow at the start, kind of slow into stride, and was just never in it, and the speed lasted. The race before, not much excuse except for his first start off the layoff, and it was against allowance horses. So this was just a guy who's very tough to gauge. At the end of last year's when he broke his maiden against 2-year-olds. So it's a horse that's got some room to improve. He's only had 2 starts as a 3-year-old, and they've been against tougher. So his third start off the lab, his third start as a 3-year-old, is at the 5,000 level. The barn has been heating up, and this horse could wake up. I'm going to go the 8, 1, 10, and 3 in the 5th. It's a good chance for that to come in. Okay, 6th race. We will start the late pick 4. It's a 5,000 claimer going a mile and the 16th. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to get 7-2 on Henry III. Henry III arrives here from Penn National and Monmouth with some very good form. But it's not just that. It's a trainer. We'll call him the owner trainer, Moreno Barbon. It doesn't get much better sending to Finger Lakes than when you're 4 for 4. Granted, that was mostly one horse, but 4 for 4 is tough to ignore. And Beto, the jockey, just won yesterday. Beto's had a good record coming in here, so does that make him 4 for 4? I know it's something like that, as he won with that starter allowance horse yesterday. Man, that horse looked good and was well spotted. Yeah, 7-2. I don't think you're going to get 7-2 on this horse. The Dams, a couple career wins were on the turf. I think that's the only knock. They've been running on the dirt and bred for the turf. But then you look at the turf record. Maybe they tried the horse on the turf and didn't take to it because it didn't hit the board on the turf. It's only bred for it on the Dam side. Broke his bait a while ago. The only knock I got on this horse, and you'll hear me say this a lot, he's had a lot of starts with just the 5 wins, but 10 seconds. Yeah, that might scare you away when this horse goes off a short price favorite, and probably will be a short price favorite. Yeah, the second, but I've seen these horses come in. They get a lot of seconds, so you kind of, yeah, that's a good favorite to go against. Again, he's not the favorite morning line, but he will be the favorite. I'm gonna use this one on top anyway, especially if I can get 7-2. The 4, what's my category, uses a little bit of a long shot for second. Why not? I mean, why not try for a price for second? If the 2 wins, you want to look for some value. And this horse has gone off prices. I mean, he's been 14-1, 60-1, dropped down last time, and went off 29-1. My thing is, what's my category has not run long for 5,000, and this horse wants to go long. He's better going long. And the 2 route races that he's had this year, one of them was against the 11-9s, and the other one was against Hey Toby in an allowance race. Where are you going in there? I mean, no shot. So dropped down to 5 last time, but it was a sprint race. So this might be a better spot for what's my category, a route race for 5,000 against this competition. Yeah, I like him at a little bit of a price, 6-1 morning line. Winning drive looks to me to be a little more of an underneath type. I mean, he ran a big second to Ball, speaking of that one, and he should have won that day, actually. I mean, he didn't get a very good trip. Things didn't go his way. And, you know, a slow start and then a wide turn. Probably would have won the race. I say that, and then he ran second to Beta. Of course, Beta was one of the plays of the year that day. I don't know why he was so overbet last time against Coach Bahi, though. And that was a good field. I mean, he wasn't going to beat Coach Bahi. And I don't like the fact that he finished behind a pot of gold to Mr. Einstein. So even though he's dropping slightly out of that race, I have my hesitations as far as putting this horse on top, as far as does he want to win with a lot of seconds and thirds right now, because he's at age 9. But he's outside. He definitely plays off the numbers, and if he does get the right kind of trip, he will win. Hard not to see him in the top 3 in this particular spot. I'm going to go with the 5-horse Indy Cowboy, who you would think would like the yardage with the breeding that this horse has. My question would be, why now? Why is he trying the route now after all the sprints if he's got this kind of route breeding? Why hasn't he been routing all along? And that's a legitimate question. Obviously, the trainer's very sharp, former rider John Grabowski, so he knows exactly a lot about his horses. So it's just an interesting move. Maybe trying to get a little bit easier competition, or maybe it's the condition. I mean, maybe this condition doesn't go a lot for the sprints. But if Indy Cowboy runs to his breeding and runs the route like you'd expect him to run, there isn't a lot of speed in here. With this horse stretching out, he may flash a little bit of speed and get the front in here. I mean, Uncle Marty's might have a little speed from the rail, but there's not really much speed in this race. Barfly has shown speed in routes before, but not lately. It is, for a mile and a 16th, you're not going to shoot out there in 23. It's going to be a race that's probably going to go in 25 or 26 with these bottom claimers. So Indy Cowboy could find himself on the front line, and if he doesn't have an issue going long, he's another one that's a contender. But not at 3-1. I'm going with a 2, 4, 8, and 5. 4 for 4. I think they're both 4 for 4. When you got connections that are winning at that kind of a percentage, you don't go against them until they lose. I guess that's that simple. All right, scratch the 1. Rise Advantage in race number 7. It's a maiden race going 6 furlongs. And Ray Lou comes in here to ride Henry's Hope. Maybe he'll get him down there to do a little handicapping. Not this race, but looks like the speed, and that's the big thing. Was pressed the last time he was here, going shorter, 5.5. Was pressed into defeat. And ran second. Would have expected him to run better, but he was off a little bit of a layoff. So maybe we'll give him that excuse. Because he went back to Saratoga and actually ran a better race. This horse was going to get much, much tougher against those maiden special weights. Maiden claimers. Keep in mind, they're maiden claimers, but they're open maiden claimers, considering this is a Kentucky bred, a McLean's Music Kentucky bred, that you got to think that this horse is just better than our maiden special weights, just off the recent efforts. The 35,000 maiden claimer open in New York is a lot better than our maiden special weights. So, with that said, this horse had a lead in very quick fractions for Saratoga for the level and only lost by 3 lengths. That race is good enough to win here if he can run better on this racetrack. If he breaks well, he's going to have the lead. So his race to lose. But it is 3/4. Real Alive I'll use for second. Comes out of the Painting Stones race, so he'll be able to go to school a little bit early. And he didn't break that sharp in that race. Well, Painting Stones was just gone anyway. We'll see how good Painting Stones is, because Painting Stones early in the day could just dominate that field. Who knows? I mean, it's tough to gauge, because Painting Stones also had a 23 and change first quarter. And Real Alive, who didn't get a good start, was then in chase mode from there. I'd give him another chance. I mean, he didn't even take any play that day. Odds of 11-1, which is kind of surprising for these connections. But maybe this race is a little bit easier. We'll see. Montauk Memoirs has got the numbers, but he's still a maiden. He seems like he's running to his competition, but sometimes his competition over the last few starts has been good. So if he could keep his numbers, he can be very tough in here. And then the real tricky read is this first-time starter. Watch the board a little bit. Sea Shepherd costs $45,000 as a yearling. I think was tried to re-auction for a little bit more than that, but it's a Malibu Moon, and Malibu Moons probably good on other surfaces and probably good going longer. I see the horse has been training at Turfway Park on different surfaces, so it's interesting that he comes here to run on the dirt. A lot of interesting things here. The dam's only win was on the turf, so this doesn't seem like a normal spot for a horse with this kind of breeding. But you kind of look at it like that. I mean, these are a big name. Oh, I think the owners had a win here before. The works aren't that quick, so 6 furlongs might seem like it's going to be a little short. But the breeding, good breeding is good breeding. That's how I always say it. Even if they come here to Finger Lakes, they're not bred for the dirt, but they're well bred. Sometimes they just win anyway. So, and good breeding is good breeding, and it's an interesting spot for this one's first start. I'd watch the board. The horse does attract Chris Elliott, who doesn't have the bug anymore, but man, he was tearing this place up with that apprentice allowance. See if he can continue it. 4-3-6-5 for me in the 7th. All right, big scratch in here because it changes my picks. It goes a distance of a mile. We scratch the 1, Ladies Golden Guy. And it's a good race. This is our feature race. And you got a couple horses that would do well in stakes races. Obviously, Ladies Golden Guy is a multiple stakes winner. Crypto Causeway almost pulled off the improbable upset and now stretches out to a mile. This should be right in Crypto Causeway's wheelhouse. Now, I moved Steiner up. I said change my picks. It didn't change my top choice, but it does move Steiner up a little bit. And Steiner did beat Crypto Causeway when he shot out to the front and held. And Steiner likes this racetrack. He does that. But we might have a little bit of a different racetrack over the last week or two where it seems not as fast as the day that Steiner won back in June. And that's really important depending on how this track plays if Crypto Causeway has a chance to chase down Steiner. Steiner's good when he gets the lead. Crypto Causeway wasn't able to chase him down that day. And Steiner did go quick, but the track was quick. So how quick is the track going to be today could be the key. It could be the difference between these two horses. Maybe Crypto Causeway can turn the tables today because this horse just ran absolutely huge in the Leon Reed, as Donna Beretta almost had a stakes winner. And it says ahead, but this horse only lost by a nose that race. That's how close it was. So I don't think that's correct. Now, Donna Beretta, I mean, and I know she was excited, and she almost win. And there was also a inquiry in that race at the start. They ended up leaving Jack and Bernie's name up. But the point is, Crypto Causeway almost pulled off a big upset. And this horse has been a different horse this year from the very beginning. Defeated Bustin' Away. Real good one. He did run second to Steiner, but Steiner took advantage of that racetrack that day that was a little bit quick. And then last time, almost pulled off that big upset, getting only lost by a nose. So I'm going to use this one on top. Steiner I'll use for second. Steiner went to Saratoga and almost won there. And it doesn't matter how quick he goes. A lot of times he just shoots out there and holds on. A mile's right in this horse's wheelhouse too, and he might be tough to catch. I like those two. The other one would be Rhymes Like Dimes, who looked good beating the 3 state breds. Now moves up to face a little bit tougher against these, but he's off a little bit of a layoff. So I'm going to go the 3, 5, and 2 in a really nice feature race today. Okay, last race, a never won 3 5,000 claimer, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Your Street Cop Officer, 2 races this year, and they're no good. So what do you do with this horse? I mean, obviously, it's tough to win off of a layoff when you're going long. So we'll give him that one. He's in for the waiver claim. He's against Ironman Ira, who ran off the screen. Of course, that one's in for 5,000 in a few days. Then ran against some tough horses in an allowance race. We were against Rockstar Rebel and those horses. Burning Beauty, who had just had a buyer number of over 80 in his prior start, and then Ice Time pulled off the big upset. Unfortunately, this one didn't make a move. And he didn't show much for early speed, and the race fell apart. So he should have made a move because Ice Time was the one who won the race from off the pace. Don't like that. But you can't ignore the drop. I mean, this is significant. Street Cop Officer used to be a stakes horse, at least ran in stakes races. And he was running against allowance horses last year. So what's going on with this horse? I would think the class relief is going to be enough. I got him on top. Manny Penny, yeah, I got basically a Ferraro 1-2 exacta in this last race. Manny Penny ran third, Drinking Solo. It was a notable race because you had a guy win the race that was off. It was a jockey that was off about 6 or 7 years that won the race. But Manny Penny looked good winning in a waiver claim the race before. Just the pace flow didn't go in his direction that day. Drinking Solo was well rated on the front end by Russell, who was off the long layoff, and Manny Penny was unable to close any ground. Looks like he'll close some ground here. He's a threat. The 2 is Heinini. Heinini, a victim of a wide trip and chasing in his first start off the layoff as well. He hasn't had good trips. And now he could save some ground. He goes basically from outside to inside, which is always one of my favorite things here, because you can save a little bit of ground. And now he can sit close. I mean, look at the pace flow of the race. Neptune Beach obviously has a little speed. He'll be close. But HB Plaisance will probably be sending for all he's worth. And that's what Niz will be telling him. But Heinini can lay close and get first run on a couple of these other ones and land a share. Now, if you liked Heinini at 4-1 and 3-1, you may really like the price today because he's probably going to be at least 5 or 6-1. And then at 8-1 morning line, I'm going to throw in Classical, who could be overlooked. This one, I mean, you just draw a line through the last race. You hope he got something out of it, and then runs better today. It was his first start off the layoff. It was a route, and he actually took some money. Went off at odds of 5-1. Stumbled at the start, was never in it. But hopefully, again, he got something out of the race. So he tries another route. He's back in for the waiver claim. Might be a little fitter and might be more in the race. You look at last year's form. That's how you gauge Classical because you can't gauge by the last race. And they're good. They're good enough to be competitive in here. So I'm going to go the 1-7-2-3 in the final race of the day. Remember, 9 races today. That means the pick 5s are in the first. I got to think about it. And the 5th. And then tomorrow we go a little bit later. Remember, Saratoga runs, so we run a little bit later. We go with a 1:15 post. That's Wednesdays only during this month while the Saratoga meet goes on. Then we go back to 1 o'clock. But tomorrow, I got to remember it too. 1:15 first post. I'll see you then.
On the track for the first race from Finger Lakes, first half of the entry, number 1, Sharp As with Emmanuel de Diego. Second half of the entry, the 1A Doc Advantage in Jeremiah's Flores. Number 2 is Saratoga Banker, Caber Koa, the riding assignment. Number 3 is Father Walsh and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 4, G Munning, Joel Cruz partners up. And number 5 is Hey Hey Harry with Andre Worry aboard. Track is fast, first race in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. A 9-race card on a Tuesday. Track is fast. Overcast skies. A little more sunlight today than yesterday. First race, optional claiming allowance, going 5.5. Battle for favoritism. Hey Hey Harry, 7-5, 9-5. Saratoga Banker, 2-1. The entry of Sharp As and Doc Advantage. G Munning up into line, and Hey Hey Harry. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Sluggish start, Doc Advantage. It's Sharp As from an inside post. Saratoga Banker displaying speed in second. G Munning passes Father Walsh for third. Then 2 lengths back to Hey Hey Harry in a good spot behind. A fast pace in second last. And a gap of 4 lengths to the trailer. Doc Advantage. Sharp As leads this group into the turn. Saratoga Banker has room in between horses. G Munning will be 3 wide on the turn. Hey Hey Harry along the inside in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Doc Advantage is out of last, passing Father Walsh, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Sharp As, Saratoga Banker, Hey Hey Harry towards the inside. Doc Advantage from far back is one from the outside. 4 across the track with 1 furlong to go, and Hey Hey Harry striking the front. Doc Advantage surging late on the outside second. Hey Hey Harry, Doc Advantage 1-2, 16th to go. It's Hey Hey Harry who got a perfect ride from Worry. Hey Hey Harry in the opener. Doc Advantage second, Saratoga Banker third, Sharp As fourth. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Hey Hey Harry. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin' Stones at a Big and Toasty. Timothy Murphy, owner, trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Ron Lombardi. top red. Hey, hey, Harry. Number 4, G Munning was 5th. Entry goes 2nd and 4th. Unofficial superfecta 5124. 5124. It's official. 560 to Winnie Mutual. Exacted 1540. 50-cent try. $8.20. Dime Super. $5.10. Second race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 2 in about 22 minutes at 1:31 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and hey, Harry, that horse is sharp right now for the Murph. Got a nice rail trip under Andre Worry, as it was more of the speed backing up to him, and hey, Harry able to cruise on by, as Saratoga Banker had to be outside trying to press. Hey, Harry got that nice inside trip and ended up winning the race and holding off Doc Advantage. Andre Worry for the Murph. Tim Murphy start us off. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a mile 70. Early money on the 5, Opportunity Woo, and yeah, this is a very, very tricky read. The breeding is there, and the big drop in class certainly significant when you're talking about maiden special weights and maiden claimers in New York dropping all the way to 5 here at Finger Lakes. And the problem is there's a horse that hasn't beaten a horse in either of those races. Now, did have some trouble in his debut and whatever. I mean, how much excuse can you make? He's just overmatched in those races. But he gets some serious class relief dropping it for 5,000. The breeding's there. He's out of a dam by Bellamy Road. The dam is a half to a multiple stakes winner. It's just a question of how good he is against the 5,000s. Class relief has got to help, and he is a big, good-looking horse. I'm looking at him now. The one, Mana E Mana, has hit the board, at least last race when stretching out, and was competitive in route races in New York. Now, ran 5th in a sprint against Mischief Exposed when that horse kind of just shot out there, and nobody was closing on Mischief Exposed. You can forgive the effort, and then the route was good. Unity Dreams was good. But now this one in last vintage, were both in the same race. Last vintage had the lead, an easy lead, so really had no excuse. Mano y Mano just kind of followed the leader and ended up finished behind those rivals. So those are the other two coming out of that particular race that seem to be better than the rest of them. Now, can Mano y Mano turn the tables on last vintage? It depends on the pace flow and how this race goes. Now, we had a 1-2 inside exacta in the first. Maybe Mano y Mano could take advantage of being on the rail and save some ground and be a big factor in the second. I mentioned last vintage with that second place finish was able to get a clear early lead in that race, which he hadn't done in his last race going a mile, and he was in a sprint, a pretty tough sprint for the level against Frankie R, who runs later today. Another chance today for last vintage. He does have the speed. He should be forwardly placed early, and another one that's a big threat in race number 2. Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in the second race. You got about 6 minutes to post.
On the track. Second race, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Mano y Mano, Cabercoa aboard. Number 2, El Bombi, Jose Baez. Number 3, Tip of the Boot, and John Barrios. Number 4, Last Vintage, and Hemant Harkey. Number 5, Opportunity Woo, and Luis Rivera Jr. in to ride. Number 6, Giant Impact, Laird Bailey in the irons. Post time in just a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Vintage Opportunity Woo. Giant Impact, And the horses have reached the starting gate for the second race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, a mile and 70 yards. 6 to 5, number 5, Opportunity Woo. 2 to 1, number 4, Last Vintage. 2 to 1 on number 1, Mano y Mano. Tip of the boot going up and in. Last Vintage. Opportunity Woo. And Giant Impact. Ready. And they're off. A little bit of hop at the start there for Last Vintage. It's El Bombay, Tip of the Boot, and Opportunity Woo. These are the three quickest out of the gate. Last Vintage plays catch up to the inside of Giant Impact, and Mano y Mano is buried behind horses and angles to the outside for a little bit of clear running room at the back of the pack. As they navigate the first turn, it's Opportunity Woo who has the lead by about 2. Last Vintage to the outside, a Tip of the Boot, second and third. A length and a half to Giant Impact in fourth. 3 lengths back to Mano y Mano, who's about 3 lengths in front of El Bombi, who's in the sixth in trailing position. As they race up the backstretch, it's Opportunity Woo with 5 furlongs to go, who has the lead by a length and a half, 2. Last Vintage to the outside of Tip of the Boot. They're in tandem, second and third. Mano y Mano bettering his position on the outside in fourth. Giant Impact covered up in fifth, 4 off the lead, and then about 11 lengths to the trailer. El Bombi is at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the far turn. Opportunity Woo has the lead. The lead's 2 lengths. Mano y Mano is down the outside second. Tip of the Boot towards the inside third. Last Vintage drops back. Giant Impact under heavy pressure. And then 3 lengths to the trailer. El Bombi as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's Opportunity Woo who comes off the turn, leading by 5 lengths. Tip of the Boot is towards the inside in second. Mano y Mano's on the outside third. And then in fourth, El Bombi. 1 furlong to go. Opportunity Woo on top. The lead 6. The battle for second. Tip of the Boot and Mano y Mano. Opportunity Woo, the drop down in class, does the trick. He'll break his maiden today. Tip of the Boot second. Mano y Mano third. El Bombi fourth. So, as opposed to the inquiry sign, they're going to take a look at what happened with the 2L Bombi as they took on that first turn. No change. 5312, it will remain. Number 5, Opportunity Woo. Maryland bred, 3-year-old dark brown gelding by Opportunity. Out of Fool's Princess, Gregory Sacco and Anthony Esposito, the owners. Gregory Sacco, the trainer. Luis Rivera Jr., the winning jockey. Karnak stable bred Opportunity Woo. It's official. 270 the winning mutual. Double $11, exacta 81.50, 50-cent try, $27.87. Dime superfecta $18.77. Third race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. Post time at 19 minutes at 2:02 p.m. Real quick, jockey change fifth race, number 7, Resistance Futile, Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro, new jockey on number 7, Resistance Futile, the fifth.
Okay, horse in the paddock for the third. No doubt about that winner as Opportunity Woo on the drop in class. And that's pretty much what it was, the drop in class all the way to the bottom. They can look like different horses when they run at the bottom. But Luis Rivera guided that one to the gate to wire victory for Gregory Sacco. Opportunity Woo gets the win. All right, third race, an allowance race. This is a state bred condition and goes a mile 70. And, yeah, Chasing Daylight's going to be the favorite in here coming out of the one other than at Saratoga, moving here against our state breds, especially being a 5-time winner going against horses that are 3 and 4 and even a couple 2-time winners in this race. Problem is her last race wasn't that good, and she will have some other speed in here with Love My Candy stretching out, will show speed. So it's just a matter of running her race. Obviously, she's got a little bit of a class edge out of those conditions and a little more of an experience and performance edge, considering that she won those races. So she's a logical horse in here. Now, Lose Redemption's only a 2-time winner. I did take her on top for the slight upset, although not much of an upset right now as she's taking some early money. But it is kind of a move forward in a sense, going from where you're eligible for the 3 lifetime to this condition, the 1 state bred. Usually kind of out of order, we call it out of condition. But I like the stretch out here for Lose Redemption. She broke her maiden in a big way with a good number when she won in New York. It was a very fast time for there, and she followed it up, and you don't see that much. When a horse comes off the maiden 30 and runs in the 2 lifetime allowance here, kind of a tough move, but she won and looked good winning, and defeating a next out winner in Stunning Sugar. Now, she was overmatched last time in the 3 lifetime. She caught a tough one in Unicorn Cake, and Mamba Gigi were both in that race. So, in a sense, that race may have been tougher, even though it was a 3 lifetime, than this 1 state bred. So, to put that in perspective, with the exception, of course, if Chasing Daylight runs her race. So, she certainly plays, and she might be able to sit a nice trip in here. She is getting some play early. The 1 horse is Shelley. Shelley draws the rail. We've had 2 straight rail exactas in the first two races. You've got a 99-1 to be second riding the rail down the stretch. May not mean anything because it is only 2 races down, but Shelley does draw the inside, and she could get a nice trip from in there. She may have some tactical speed to stay close to the speed of Love My Candy and Chasing Daylights. Maybe the extra distance will help. You would think that with her breeding that she would like the route, but she has performed well in the past in the sprint, but she hasn't shown much for early speed in those sprint races so far, so maybe the stretch out could help this horse's chances. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 4 starts with the third. You got about 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 3 from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Shelley and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Love My Candy with Luis Perez. Number 3, Lose Redemption, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Sweet DeSantis, Sofia Vivez in the irons. Number 5 is Chasing Daylight and Romero Mirage calling the shots. And number 6 is Dreamery with Jeremias Flores, the jockey. Post time for race number 3 in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 1 mile and 70 yards. Even money, number 5, Chasing Daylight. 7 to 5, number 3, Lose Redemption. Chasing Daylight. Dreamery to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Love My Candy and Lose Redemption. These two barrel out for the lead. Chasing Daylight didn't get the best start in the world. Now plays catch up on the 3 wide sides. They go around that first turn in third. Shelley is in fourth, and then it's Dreamery and a length and a half to Sweet DeSantis, who trails the field. Love My Candy is on the front end, has the lead by 3 parts of a length, hounded by Chasing Daylight, who's up into second. Lose Redemption backs off the pace in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 10 lengths to Shelley in fourth, then another 3 lengths to Dreamery, who's about 3 lengths in front of Sweet DeSantis. Well strung out as they race up the backstretch. First quarter, 24 2/5. Love My Candy has a lead by still a length. Chasing Daylight still in chase mode second. Lose Redemption to the inside of Chasing Daylight in third, and Lose Redemption is up into second. And then about 6 lengths back to Shelley in fourth, who's about 5 lengths in front of Dreamery, and Sweet DeSantis trails the field 3 furlongs from the winning line. Love My Candy has the lead. Lose Redemption's in second. Shelley's closing in nicely in third, and then it's Dreamery, Chasing Daylight, backpedaling, and at the back it's Sweet DeSantis as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Love My Candy, the early pace setter, has the lead. Lose Redemption. Shelley's on the grandstand side. Dreamery is also in the race, and Dreamery gets a beautiful split up into third. 1 furlong to go, and it's Shelley. Shelley forging to the front. Dreamery's in second. Love My Candy has no more to offer. 16th to go. It's Shelley who leads by 3 over Dreamery. A late rally from Sweet DeSantis. It's Shelley victorious over Dreamery. Sweet DeSantis third. Lose Redemption fourth. One, 6, 4, 3. Number 1, Shelley first. Mile 70 yards, 146.33. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Shelley. New York bred, 5-year-old duck brown mare by Twirling Candy at a Testa Rossi. Wendy Lee Farm. Owns Jonathan Buckley trains, Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Stable 63 and Doheny Racing Stable bred, Shelley. It's official. $22.40 the winning mutual. Daily double, $24. Exacta, $188. 50-cent trifecta, $186.75. Dime super, $101 and a nickel. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time race number 4 in about 20 minutes at 2:32 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 4, and Shelley, maybe the stretch out was what that horse needed. As Kevin had a ton coming around the turn, angled out, and she was much the best today. She gets the victory for John Buckley, and she's still eligible for the 4 lifetime. So good looking performance by Shelley. Allowance race is the 4th. The non-winner's the 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, I'll start with the 1, Admiral Mo. He's making only his 2nd career start, and he was an easy winner in his debut down at Tampa, winning his 16,000 maiden claimer and running a decent time. Got a good number for the race. You don't see a lot of Uncle Mo's here, and this Kentucky bred certainly worth a look, a strong look. Probably going to be the favorite in here right now at odds of 8-5. A little bit of time between the races, though. Has been off since January, facing winners for the first time and older horses for the first time. Painting Stones is another one that's going to get some play here off of the maiden victory. He had kind of a comfortable pace, though, so it's tough to gauge how well he actually ran. He was a 1-4 shot. It wasn't the strongest of fields that he beat for a special weight, but he did beat special weight competition. Well, if he does 23 again on the lead, he's got a chance to come right back. And again, he probably can improve off of that race as well, considering it was his first start since October. He's done very little wrong. Rocked Out could take advantage if there's a little pace in here, as he could sit a stalk and pounce type trip. He broke his maiden, just got up in that race as the favorite, but that was his first race over the track. Followed up with a decent effort last time. It wasn't the strongest of fields, but he kind of ran evenly at 5.5, stays at the same distance. Again, he might be able to be the one to sit a nice trip behind the speed inside of him, and Rocked Out maybe could split up the favorites. So he's right now at odds of 7-1. So at least he's got a little more value if you're playing that one. Price is Truth stuck on the outside, so he's going to have to figure out how he's going to handle the trip here with some speed inside of him, as he's able to get the lead last time and beaten by his stable, or beaten by Price of Truth. He had the Truth's exacta. That was after a nice performance, winning the race before against the maiden claimers. So at least he showed that he belongs at the allowance level. He could be a threat here as well. He's taking some early play. He's right now at odds of 3-1. Well, that's some of the contenders for the 4th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the Pick 3 starts here.
On the track, fourth race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Admiral Mo and Luis Rivera Jr. Number 2 is Painting Stones and Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Rocked Out, Andre Warrior aboard. Number 4, Ragtime Prankster, Rafael Regina Jr. in the irons. Number 5 is Price is Truth, Emmanuel de Diego, the jockey. And number 6, Montauk Surf and Kevin Navarro in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate. 4th race, Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Allowance race 8 to 5, number 1, Admiral Mo. Winner on debut at Tampa Bay Downs and a maiden claimer. 9 to 5, number 2, Painting Stones. Winner of a maiden race here at Finger Lakes last time out. And 3 to 1, number 5, Price is Truth. Ran a good second last time out at this class level. Montauk Surf to the outside. They're all the gate. And they're off. Price is Truth, Montauk Surf. Took a couple strides for Painting Stones to get on track, but once he did, he surged to the front end. It's Admiral Mo's up the inside 4th, Ragtime Prankster 4 wide 5th, now up into 4th, a length and a half off the lead, and at the back is Rocked Out. Painting Stones with a half mile to go has the lead by a half length. Price is Truth in between horses. Montauk Surf 3 wide, Ragtime Prankster 4 deep as they go on to the turn. It's Admiral Mo in 5th. 3.5 lengths off the lead and a length and a half to Rocked Out, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Painting Stones. Price is Truth in a good spot on the outside, but now comes under some pressure. Admiral Mo gets off the inside in 3rd. Will go to the far outside for clear running room as Painting Stones cuts the corner, comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half. Over Price is Truth in 2nd. Admiral Mo's on the grandstand side in 3rd. Then it's Rocked Out and Ragtime Prankster. 16th to go. Painting Stones shifting ground. It's Admiral Mo to the outside. Admiral Mo reels in. Painting Stones for the victory. Price is Truth 3rd. Rocked Out 4th. One, 2, 5, 3. Number 1, Admiral Mo first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.13. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, Admiral Mo. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old dark brown colt by Uncle Mo out of Ayers. Cal-Ram Racing owns Gregory Sacco, the trainer, and Luis Rivera Jr., the winning jockey. 2 wins for Sacco and Rivera. $5 the winning mutual, daily double. $33.40. Exacta $14. 50-cent try, $8.70. Dime super $4.40. 50-cent pick 3, $18.12. Fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Go Get the Bag. Put Kevin Navarro on number 7, Resistance Futile. Number 10 is One Over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Late pick 5 wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 3:02 p.m.
All right, horse in the paddock for race number 5. Good looking performance by Admiral Mo, able to run down Painting Stones. Both of them ran well, but Luis Rivera gets the victory for Greg Sacco. And yeah, that Uncle Mo looks the part, although had to work a little bit to get that victory. Never won 2 claimer is the 5th. We scratched the 2, go get the bag. Still have 11 betting interests for this bottom claimer. And, you know, looking at it from a standpoint of post positions and race flow, you got to think that a horse like Frankie R, with the lack of pace in here, is going to be in good position to be out there with the pace. He's coming off a second place finish to Don Antonio, who kind of got away from him a little bit in that race. And Frankie R looks like he's going to get some play here 2-1. Again, there's like a true lack of pace in this race, despite all the betting interest in here. 7th race Shakes got a nice position on the rail. He was claimed for 5,000. He drops back down to the bottom. He has a lot of seconds, though, with 5 seconds in the 1 win, but with the class relief, he's got to be considered, and is getting some play at 7-2. The 11 Support the Cats getting some play. Not the best racetrack for him today, as the inside has been a little bit better today, but he comes off a good second place finish where he put the pressure on Irie Man, who was a big favorite in that race, but he ran well. He seems to be getting better. He did respond to the drop to 5, and he stays at the bottom level. Not the best post position today, though, for Support the Cat. Same thing with Deputy Tremont. I thought this horse really played on the drop in class because he has had his excuses, and he did look good in victory when he won at the 11-9 level, but he's going to have to work out a trip from his position as well, considering you don't see too many horses from the outside get that wide trip to get the win. Just the guy's in a good position, especially with a scratch being inside, and he comes up with a double-digit loss, and now we'll get some class relief dropping to the bottom, and so he plays in here as well. Looks like we're going to get a late scratch of the 8, Frankie R, who's taking a lot of money in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a late scratch in this 5th race. On advice of the paddock veterinarian and by order of the steward, scratch number 8, Frankie R. Number 8, Frankie R. is a late scratch from this 5th race. Here's the field for the 5th. Late scratch of the 8, Frankie R. Earlier scratch of the 2. Number 1, 7th race shake, and Nasario Alvarado. Number 3 is Just a Guy, Jeremias Flores, the jock. Number 4, 8 Sunset Drive, and Christian Navarro. Number 5 is Not Today Governor, Andre Worry. Number 6, a horse named One Vision, and Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Number 7, Resistance Futile, jockey changed Kevin Navarro. Number 9 is Sharpoon and Laird Bailey. Number 10, Deputy Tremont, Luis Perez. Number 11, Support the Cat, Cabercoa. And number 12 is First Sons and Jose Baez. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Got a field of 10. Late scratch of the 8. Frankie R. Distance 5.5 furlongs. Race 5. Start of the late 50-cent pick 5 here at Finger Lakes. 8-5 on number 1. 7th race shake. Eight Sunset Drive going up. Riders off just a guy. Whoa! Somebody almost went over there. One of the inside couple. Don't know specifically who. And we're going to find out because it looks like it could be the one. Backed out the 1 7th race shake. Not sure if we're going to back out everybody. And we do have a late scratch. Another late scratch. Number 1 7th race shake. Number 1 7th race shake. On advice of the track veterinarian, by order of the stewards, scratch number 1 7th race shake. Loading up once again. One Vision. Charpoon. Deputy Tremont. Support the Cat and First Son still behind the gate. 2-1 Deputy Tremont. 2-1 Support the Cat. 3-1 number 6 One Vision. Riders off. Lots of horses, or lots of jockeys jumping off. We're going to have another delay. Another late scratch in here. Scratch number 6, One Vision. Number 6, One Vision is another late scratch in this 5th race. Scratch number 6, One Vision. There's going to be a delay in the running of the 5th race. One Vision is caught up in the gate. Another late scratch. Scratch number 5, Not Today Governor. Number 5, Not Today Governor is an additional late scratch in race 5. Loading up once again for race number 5, down to a field of 7. You can see the scratches on the TV. 9-5 favorite right now, number 11, Support the Cat. Two to 1, number 10, Deputy Tremont. 3 to 1, number 7, Resistance Futile. First Sons to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive edging out for the lead. Support the Cats on the outside. Just a Guy is at the fence. Resistance Futile in the blue blinkers grabs that lead. Just a Guy second. 8 Sunset Drive out sprinted. Support the Cat now in third. As its First Sons Extreme outside in fourth. Followed up next by Deputy Tremont. Sharpoons in between horses. 8 Sunset Drive shuffle back to the tail of the field. Onto the turn. Just a Guy. Resistance Futile. These two battle for the top spot. Support the Cat 3 deep in third. As its First Sons, the gray outside, 4 deep in fourth. Deputy Tremont behind the leaders in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. Sharpoon is next, and 8 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive is at the back of the pack. Wide open here as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Resistance Futile is under pressure. First Sons stand side. Deputy Tremont's in about the 2 paths. Support the Cat, 1 from the outside. 1 furlong to go. It's Support the Cat on the 3 wide side. Deputy Tremont gets through at the fence. Deputy Tremont gets that lead, 16th to go, and it will be Deputy Tremont who will prevail. Resistance Futile gets second. Support the Cat third. First Sons fourth. Ten, 7, 11, 12. Number 10, Deputy Tremont first. You are reminded there were late scratches in the 5th race to go with the earlier scratch of the 2. Late scratches of the 1, 5, 6, and 8. 5.5 furlongs, 107.20. Official winner, Deputy Tremont, Kentucky bred, 3-year-old chestnut colt by Improbable out of Lucas Street. Joseph Bucci is the owner. William Bartlett, the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Bon Chance Farm bred, Deputy Tremont. Regular double, $15.20. Consolation double, $1115, $4.10. 1618 doubles, $4.10. Exacta, $20.40. Try $8.55. Dime Super, $5.30. And the early pick 5 of 5, $1,000.50. Race 6 here at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race number 6 in about 19 minutes at 3:40 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 6 after all the festivities of the 5th race. We did get a bunch of scratches in there. Remember, post-time favorite ended up being Support the Cat, who I believe ended up 3rd. But it was Deputy Tremont who took advantage of all of the departures in that race and ended up Louis Perez getting a good trip to get to the inside where you want to be at one point, and they got the victory. The drop in class certainly helped Deputy Tremont, who wins for Bill Partler. Remember, any of those horses that scratch and exactas, trifectas, supers, you will get a refund on those horses. Remember, the pick 5, you do get the post-time favorite, which did end up being Support the Cat. Not sure why. 6th race, a 5,000 claimer, 1 mile and a 16th. Now there's a race since a day or never won 4 races. You do have a new face in here. It is Henry III, and one thing you can't really ignore is the records of both the trainer and the jockey. And I believe the jockey should be 4 for 4 here at Finger Lakes after winning yesterday. Moreno Barbin is a perfect 4 for 4 at Finger Lakes. Hard to ignore that stat. I mean, there's certain stats that you look at, and I'm not a stats guy. I look at horses' races and how they do over the track. Stats really mean nothing to a sense, but one thing you can't ignore is when a guy comes in at 100% and a jockey's riding at 100%. So the only knock on this horse, other than having the numbers edge as well and the class edge, is the amount of seconds. He does have more seconds than first. You know, it's kind of like Support the Cat in the previous race. I don't know how you could play that one to be the post-time favorite. But Henry III is that type of horse that has had a lot of seconds in his 49 race career. Certainly plays here. He's at 6-5. Expect this one to probably be the favorite. The 4 is What's My Category? I like this one a little bit of a long shot, figuring Henry III is going to be the big favorite in here. This one has some appeal at a double-digit price. The main reason is, here's a horse that hasn't run yet this year in a route at 5,000. That's the angle. Started off the year in a state bred allowance condition. Actually didn't run that badly. Then stretched out against the 11 and 9s and actually ran 4th. Was over his head against Hey Toby. Dropped last time, but it was a bottom claimer. And now you switch to Michael Davila and you stretch out to again, first time going long. And this one does have some appeal when you consider first time long for 5,000. He's a big top 3 threat. So there's a couple of the contenders for the 6th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Uncle Marty and Kevin Navarro. Number 2 is Henry III at Noel Bieto. Number 3 is Finalist, Hemin Harkey. Number 4, What's My Category, Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Indy Cowboy with Luis Pena. Number 6, Raw Courage and GM Rohina. Number 7 is Barfly, Joel Cruz. And Number 8 is Winning Drive. Andre Worry, the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, a mile and a 16th. 6 to 5, number 8 Winning Drive. 2 to 1, number 2 Henry the Third. Indy Cowboy going up. Raw Courage. Barfly and Winning Drive. One out, Winning Drive. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Raw Courage who's accelerating out for the front end. Uncle Marty's at the fence, finalist in between those two. And then it's Henry the Third who's behind rivals, but will have a ground-saving trip around that first turn. Indy Cowboy outside of him. Barfly widest. Winning Drives in second last. And What's My Category inside of him at the back. 7.5 lengths from top to bottom as they navigate the first turn. It's Uncle Marty who's on top. The lead's a length. Finalist White Blinkers second. Raw Courage 3 wide third. Henry the Third's up the inside in a joint fourth with Indy Cowboy as Barfly's outside of him. A gap of 2 to Winning Drive is 7 lengths off the lead and trying to advance from the back. What's My Categories at the tail of the field. They have about 4.5 furlongs to go, 3 abreast up the backstretch. Uncle Marty, finalist, Raw Courage across the track first, second, and third. Winning Drives on the outside, improving into a joint fourth with Henry the Third. Then it's Indy Cowboy who's getting shuffled. Then 3 lengths to What's My Category, and Barfly looks to be out of it. On to the far turn. It's finalist with 3 furlongs to go, sparring with Raw Courage for the top spot. Winning Drive now losing third to Henry the Third. Henry the Third's in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Uncle Marty is next. What's My Category deep on the course. Indy Cowboy second last. Barfly trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Raw Courage and finalist. These two brush an upper stretch. It's Henry the Third on the grandstand side trying to close in. And 2.5 lengths off the lead is he. 3 chances here, 1 furlong to go. It's Raw Courage and finalist. These two continue to skirmish for the top spot in deep stretch. It's finalist and Raw Courage. Finalist, Raw Courage, Raw Courage. I thought got a good bob, but that's a photo with finalists. Then it was Henry the Third and Winning Drive fourth. Photo finish for the win. Photo finish between the 3 and 6. Head bobber there. Mile and a 16th and 147.86. Photo finish for the win. Number 6, Raw Courage, first. Second, number 3, finalist. Third, number 2, Henry the Third. Fourth, number 8, Winning Drive. 6-3-2-8. To the winner's circle, number 6, Raw Courage. New York bred, 6-year-old bay gelding by declaration of war out of Sheena Lady. Dale Khan, owner, trainer, and GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Parkland Thoroughbreds, bred Raw Courage. 12-1 upset in race 6. Double, $156.50, exacta $483, 50-cent try, $372.75, dime super, $180.60. Regular pick 3, 110.6, 75.50. Consolation pick 3s, 116, 156, 166, 186, $23.25. Pick 4, 404, $2,956.75. 7th race, Finger Lakes, scratch the inside rail. Horse number 1, Rise Advantage. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 4:09 p.m. Had a claim from race 6, number 2, Henry III. Rachel Sal's new owner trainer. Number 2, Henry III, claimed out of race 6.
All right, I'm back in the paddock for race number 7 after got a couple long shots. Man, that was too close to call as Raw Courage was there with finalists, just won the bob, won by a nose. That was Jose Rohina for Adil Khan, who's had a couple wins over the last week, but really too close to call in race number 6. Well, I have a special guest here with me before this race, one of the top trainers in the country, Mr. Ian Wilkes. Thanks for joining me.
Oh, you're welcome.
So now Ian Wilkes has one of the horses that was in the Kentucky Derby, and we all know him here at Burnham Square. Actually had a rough trip in the Derby, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's luck. You know, that's the Derby.
Of course, Sovereignty has turned out to be such a great horse. What is next for Burnham Square?
Well, I look at the Nashville Derby. I'll put him on the grass now. He's bred for the grass, so I'll point him for that.
So he has got breeding for the turf on both sides, you were telling me?
Yeah, he's totally bred for grass. What he's done on the dirt is an outlier to his whole family.
Yeah, that's usually good when they're bred for the other surface and they run that good. They generally take off. He should be really tough in there on the turf.
Yeah, and the distance help. It's a mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, and so I think the more distance, the better for him.
Yes, and you don't have to run into Sovereignty and journalism and those 3-year-olds. Well, what brings you out here to the Finger Lakes area?
Oh, I come to see Scott. You know, he didn't have a runner today, and Judge Bill. Yeah. We'll play golf and then I'll head home.
Sounds like you're gonna have a lot of fun here. It's a nice area.
Oh yeah.
And we'd like to have you. Well, thanks for joining me here, Ian. And did you look at this race at all? I won't put you on the spot because I would have never had the last 2 winners.
Let me get my dart out and I'll tell you.
Well, thanks for joining me. It's a pleasure having you talk to for a few minutes and enjoy your time here in Finger Lakes.
Thanks, mate.
Okay. That's Ian Wilkes, one of the top trainers. Obviously had the great Burnham Square, who was on the Derby Trail. Actually won a couple stakes races, graded stakes, and then ran in the Kentucky Derby. Had that rough trip in the Derby. Now will be in the Nashville on the grass, according to Mr. Wilkes. Okay, let's look at the 7th race. We scratched the 1, Rise Advantage. And looking at this one, the current favorite in here, we got kind of co-favorites, the 6-horse Montauk Memoirs and the 4 Henry's Hope. I was looking more at Henry's Hope, who looks to be the speed of the race. Probably a good positive that the speed ran 1-2 that race. And the inside has been pretty good for most of the day. But Raylu arrives for this one. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Raylu before the last race. But Henry's Hope will go 6 furlongs today and ran in that maiden claimer at Saratoga. That's not restricted for New York breds. We're used to maiden claimers coming here and running in the special weight, coming out of that 30,000 state bred. That's a tougher race. That's a 35,000 open, and to run 4th in there is a good effort. He did run here, ran 2nd to Divine Peace in his first race over the track, going 5.5. See if he runs that Saratoga race here. They're not going to catch him. The 6-horse Montauk Memoirs is also getting play. Ran 2nd last time and ran a good number. This horse is always knocking at the door. 4 straight top 3 finishes, running to his competition. Numbers-wise, he figures to be right there. There is a first-time starter in here. That's the 5, Sea Shepherd. A $45,000 yearly. Now, the dam's only win was on the turf. This is a Malibu Moon, who do go for quite some money. So it's an interesting spot because he's been working on a different surface at Turfway Park. But class is class, breeding is breeding. This one might be one to keep an eye on. Exacta Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts with a 7th. Scratch the 1, Rise Advantage.
Horses coming on the track for 7th race here at Finger Lakes. Number 2 is Holy Dancer and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Real Aleve and Andre Worry. Number 4, Henry's Hope, Raylu Gutierrez, late overweight, 1 over. Number 5 is Sea Shepherd and Christopher Elliott. Number 6, Montauk Memoirs, Jeremias Flores. And number 7 is Hal Away and Laird Bailey, the rider. Post time in just a few. approaching the gate. Horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, 6 furlongs. Even money number 4, Henry's Hope. 2-1, number 6, Montauk Memoirs. And 4-1, number 3, Real Aleve. Henry's Hope going up. Sea Shepherd. Montauk Memoirs and Halloway. They're all in the gates, and they're off. Good start, Henry's Hope, who establishes an early lead. Halloway's on the outside in second, but now about 4 lengths off the pace. Montauk Memoirs in between horses. Sea Shepherd's in between runners as well. And here's Rio Aleve at the fence trying to scoot on through towards the inside. And a big gap of about 9 lengths to Holy Dancer, who's at the tail of the field. Henry's Hope, first quarter mile, 23 seconds. Henry's Hope has the lead by 4. Rio Aleve is kicked on through towards the inside to get second. Montauk Memoirs to the outside of Sea Shepherd. Halloway's on the extreme outside into the top 4, 6 off the lead, and a few more lengths back to Holy Dancer, who's at the back of the pack. But it's Henry's Hope who has built up a 7-length cushion with a quarter of a mile left to travel. Rio Aleve is still in second. Montauk Memoirs in between horses. Halloway's on the outside. Holy Dancer's out of last. Holy Dancer will try and split rivals and change leads in the blue blinkers, but about 8 lengths off the lead of Henry's Hope. Henry's Hope in deep stretch on top by about 6 lengths as Holy Dancer rallies up the inside up into second. Henry's Hope by 3, but Henry's Hope will find the finish line in front. Holy Dancer closes from last to get second. Sea Shepherd third. Fourth, Rio Aleve. Four, 2, 5, 3. Number 4, Henry's Hope first. 6 furlongs, 114.77. Got a jockey objection. Rider of the 5, Sea Shepherd, Christopher Elliott, has lodged an objection. versus the unofficial second place horse, the 2 Holy Dancer, for alleged interference in the stretch. Jockey objection, 5 versus 2. At this point, it does not involve the unofficial winner, but please hold all tickets. To the winner's circle, number 4, Henry's Hope. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old Great Gelding by McLean's Music out of Sky Jester. Eduardo Jones, owner-trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Phoenix Thoroughbreds 3 limited bred, Henry's Hope. No change. $3 to winning mutual. Daily double $100. Exacta $64.50. 50-cent trifecta $79. Dime super $78.95. Eighth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Ladies Golden Guy. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time race 8 in about 18 minutes at 4:39 p.m.
All right, horses are getting ready for race number 8, and yeah, that was Henry's Hope under Raylu as the main speed, was able to jump out there and go gate to wire. Raylu on a mission to get that one home for Eduardo Jones, and you have to accept the short price, but he proved tough to catch in the 7th, and they couldn't catch him. Only a couple of races left of this Tuesday card. We have the 8th race where we kind of a significant scratch in here. We scratched the one Ladies Golden Guy. Does affect the pace scenario in a sense that, you know, Steiner figured to be the speed anyway, but Ladies Golden Guy might have been one to make an early move to keep that one honest. But Steiner looks to be the speed now. There's one less speed type to worry about. And here's a horse that went 46 to the half last time he was here and kept going, defeating some of the same rivals that are in this race. Now, it's a different racetrack, a little quicker, so we'll see if Steiner can keep going, although it does seem to be speeding up a little bit as we get later in the day, but not as quick as it was on June 18th. He's always tough here at Finger Lakes. He likes this track, and he's the one they got to catch. He's currently at odds of 3 to 5. I did go with a minor upset because Crypto Causeway is going so well for Donna Beretta. Here's a horse that came off the layoff, defeated Bustin' Away, a heavy favorite in that race. Now, did benefit from that horse getting a little softened up, but it's still a big effort. Then tried going long, and again, Steiner shook loose on a quicker track. But the Leon Reed, Crypto Causeway made such a big late run as at Jack and Bernie, who's the best sprinter on the grounds, and it was a nose between them, and almost pulled off the huge upset. So he's just as good going long as short, and a mile might be right in his wheelhouse. But again, it depends on the pace flow and if Steiner does get a little bit softened up or comes back to him. But you got to respect Crypto Causeway, the races that he's run this year, and he's a little bit of a price at odds of 9 to 2. Rhymes Like Dimes is another one to consider. Rhymes Like Dimes, who comes off a victory last time against a little bit easier in the 2 State Bred. He did dominate that field, and he's going to be tested here against a lot tougher with Steiner and Crypto Causeway, but he's a big threat as well. He's at odds of 8 to 1. Some of the contenders for the 8th. We have Exacta, Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered in our feature race of the day.
Coming on the track for the 8th race here at Finger Lakes. Number 2, Rhymes Like Dimes, Andre Worry. Number 3 is Crypto Causeway, Jeremias Flores. Number 4 is Speedy Hans, Luis Perez. Number 6, Z-Bear, Kaber Koa. Number 7 is Royal Suspect Joel Cruz. And number 5 is Steiner with Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile. Big favorite at 1-2, number 5, Steiner. Speedy Hans. Last raced at Gulfstream Park in South Florida. Steiner, Z-Bear, and Royal Suspect still behind the gate. 3-5 on Steiner, 3-1 on number 3, Crypto Causeway. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Steiner who rushes out for the lead. Royal Suspect on the far outside. Rhymes Like Dimes is at the fence in about 3rd. And then it's Speedy Hans, who's in between horses. Z-Bear 3 wide and 4 lengths to Crypto Causeways in the 6th and trailing position. It's Royal Suspect who's on top of Steiner, but they're more or less on even terms, and they're clear by 2 lengths. Z-Bear and the Orange Silks in 3rd. Rhymes Like Dimes has a foothold at the fence in 4th. A length and a half back to Speedy Hans, who's about 7 lengths in front of Crypto Causeway, who sets up shop at the back of the pack. First quarter was in 23 4/5. Steiner has the lead by a neck over Royal Suspect, who's niggled upon to keep up in 2nd. Rhymes Like Dimes still behind rivals in a joint 3rd. Z-Bear 3 wide into the far turn and 2.5 off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Speedy Hans, and Crypto Causeway draws closer at the back. On the far turn, Steiner gets the better of Royal Suspect as it's Z-Bear who's cut loose on the outside in 2nd. Rhymes Like Dimes up the inside 3rd. Crypto Causeways in 4th, but still about 7.5 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. It's Steiner who cuts the corner and is homeward bound. Has the lead by 2 lengths. Z-Bear, the danger on the outside. Rhymes Like Dimes dives over towards the rail, and then it's Crypto Causeway. 16th to go. Steiner, Z-Bear surging late on the outside, and Z-Bear collars Steiner in the last 50 yards to get up for the win. Rhymes Like Dimes 3rd, Crypto Causeway 4th. Number 6, Zaber first at 32 to 1. Defeating the favorite, number 5, Steiner. Third, number 2, Rhymes Like Dimes. Fourth, number 3, Crypto Causeway. Time for the mile, 139.89. It's official, $67.50 to win on Z-Bear. Z-Bear, New York bred. 6-year-old Great Gelding by Mission Impassable out of Point de Lama. David Lathrop is the owner. James Miller Patine, the trainer. And Caber Koa, the winning jockey. William L.E. Sinkler, bred Z-Bear. Double $78.50. Exacta $175.50. 50-cent trifecta, $155. Dime superfecta, $74.65. Ninth and final Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 19 minutes. Wednesday's program for Finger Lakes now online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Wednesday's program now online at fingerlakesgaming.com.
About to conclude this race card with race number 9. We're going to do it again tomorrow. 1:15 is the first post for the Wednesday card. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Looking back at the 8th, that was our feature race, and a little bit of an upset. Actually, what a great training job. Jim Patine, along with David Lathrop, you might recognize that name from the past. They teamed up to win with Z-Bear. Of course, they claimed for 11,000. Tried them in Leon Reed. Man, did they beat a good field there, and did it from the outside. Caber Coa, I was just one of the biggest upsets of the year, to be honest with you. Good congratulations to them. And Z-Bear, if you got that one, I think you're looking at some big payoffs in the pick 4 and pick 5. All right, last race. Never won 3 claimer going to mile 70. And yeah, I don't know how you follow that one. That was actually very surprising. I'll start with Street Cop Officer on the drop-in class here. This horse hasn't seen this level. This was in for the waiver claim at 11-9. Tried allowance horses. Wasn't competitive in either one of those races, and really wasn't last time because the race fell apart. It was closers that ran. This horse was in the back and never made a move. So where's the Streetcar Officer of the past? Well, if he's half that horse, he should be tough at 5,000, but there's a lot of big ifs, and there's a reason why he drops. A couple poor efforts to start out the meet. Manny Penny is the other Ferraro trainee, comes off a 3rd place finish last time after a dominating win against 2 lifetimes, but didn't run badly last time. It's not like Drink It Solo and the speed backed up. They didn't at all, so he did make a nice move, just they didn't come back to him. So he's a top 3 threat. So both of these Ferraro horses seem to have a chance. I thought maybe Street Cop Officer might be the tougher of the 2 just because of the big drop. The 2 is Heinini. He goes outside to inside. It's going to be more about the tactics here for Heinini. He's been up against it. He has been wide in both starts. First start, he had a chase after Keegs, who was loose on the lead, and Socks for Daughters, who got second, had a nice inside trip while he's chasing on the outside. So I thought he actually ran pretty well to be 3rd that day. Last time, kind of never in it. I mean, he chased wide. Same race as the one I mentioned earlier, Manny Penny, the Drink It Solo race. He's more of a horse that needs to be forwardly placed up close, and there isn't a lot of speed in here. HB Plaisance has a little speed, but I would expect this horse to be in the race early today, and he's a really nice price at 8-1. If you liked him at 4-1 and 3-1, you just got to like him at 8-1. The 3 horse is Classical. Classical stumbled at the start in that Keegs race, was never in it. So this one's the tricky read. He's only had 1 start this year. It's a race that you could throw out, and then you look at last year's form, and he's very competitive at the 2 lifetime level, and now he's going to be at the 3 lifetime because he won his last start, last year anyway. So Classical could give another win for Adil Khan. Exactitry super offered in the last race on today's card. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Coming on the track for the ninth and final Finger Lakes, number 1 Street Cop Officer, Luis Perez aboard. Number 2 is Haneni and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Classical, Andre Worry. Number 4, HB Plaisance and Hemen Harkey. Number 5, Town Kisser and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Neptune Beach and Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 7 is Manny Penny. Joel Cruz, the riding assignment. And number 8, Socks for Daughters. Laird Bailey calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 9th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, mile 70. 9 to 5, number 1, Street Cop Officer. Loading up for the 9th and final. Don't forget, we'll race tomorrow here at Finger Lakes. First post 15 minutes later than on Monday or Tuesday, 1:15 first post. Free programs online at fingerlakesgaming.com. You can download them for the Wednesday card already. A few more left to load. Neptune Beach, Manny Penny, and Socks for Daughters. Socks for Daughters, pink silks to the outside. 9 to 5 on Street Cop Officer. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's HB Plaisant who's set to the offensive by Harkey and able to clear off by a couple lengths. Classical rates in second. Socks for Daughters, Town Kisser, and Haneni make up the next flight, third, fourth, and fifth. And then it's Street Cop Officer saves all the ground in sixth to the inside of Neptune Beach, and a margin of 3 lengths to Manny Penny, who's at the tail of the field. HB Plaisant on the front end has a lead by a diminishing length and a half as Classical cuts into the margin in second. Haneni towards the inside in third. Socks for Daughters races in fourth. And then a half length to Town Kisser in between horses in fifth. Street Cop Officer towards the rail in sixth, 5.5 off the lead. Then 3 parts of a length back to Neptune Beach. Is about 3 lengths in front of Manny Penny, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go, and it's HB Plaisant on top by a length over Classical, who is trying to get to that one in second. And then it's Socks for Daughters in third. Street Cop Officer is shifted to the outside. Now is in the midst of a rally. Street Cop Officer 2 lengths off the lead in third. And then in fourth, that's Socks for Daughters, who will get through at the fence. So we have 4 across the track with about a quarter of a mile left to travel, as it's Socks for Daughters and the blue blinkers towards the inside. Classical is 3 wide. And then it's Street Cop Officer on the stand side. HB Plaisance has no more to offer. Town Kissers on the outside with Manny Penny 5th and 6th as they run down to the final furlong. It's Street Cop Officer who assumes command. Socks for Daughters towards the inside. And then it's Classical. Manny Penny's on the stand side, 16th to go. It's Street Cop Officer. Give jockey Luis Perez 2 on the card. Manny Penny gets up for second. Classical third. Socks for Daughters fourth. One 738. Number 1, Street Cop Officer first. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Street Cop Officer. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by the Lieutenant out of Blindside Hit. Eric Bruns, Jason Hudspeth, Randy Ross, and Elizabeth Rose Ross, the ownership. M. Anthony Ferraro's the trainer. Luis Perez with a riding double today. Street Cop Officer bred by Sequel, New York, and Baroni's Sunnycrest Farm. $440 the winning mutual. Daily double $307.50. Exacta $19. 50-cent try $39. Dime super $35.55. Pick 3 $84.62. Pick 4 $1,472. Pick 5 5 of 5 $6,056 even. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Wednesday. First post, remember, 15 minutes later than Monday or Tuesday at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.